To our symposium on stress coping and mental ill health in esports. We're very happy to have you join us today. Firstly, we'd like to thank Nico, Tobias and the Esports Network team for providing a very professional organisation for the conference. We really hope that our presentation can contribute to that. So just to start with, the team. So my name is Phil Birch on the left-hand side. We've also got Dr. Matt Smith in the middle there in the photo, and then Ben Sharp on the right-hand side. And we will give our individual introductions as we go through this symposium. So a little bit about me. My name is Phil Birch, as I said. I'm a senior lecturer in sport and exercise psychology at the University of Chichester in the UK. My specific interest with regards to esports also tie into teaching. So I currently lead a sports science flow states first year module and also a psychology of esports third year module. So my goal is to essentially use the evidence that we're going to discuss today to inform our teaching practice. And moving on to my research interests, we'll talk about the 2019 study in stresses and coping in a moment, but I'm really interested in performance psychology and how stress and coping can enhance athletes, both in traditional sports and esports, both for performance and their well-being. So I'll talk about the stress and coping paper in a moment, but I have been doing some research in Think Aloud, which we'll come on to later, in how that can be used to examine esports. So just to outline the aims of this symposium, first and foremost, we are going to examine the paper relating to stress and coping on both CSGO and League of Legends. Then Matt will move on to talk about the predictors of mental ill health in first-person shooter games. And then Ben will take the future directions and how we feel we can progress this area of research moving forwards to really help players excel in their performance, but also maintain their mental health. So just before we really get into the research that we've been conducting, it's very important to define the key terms that underpin our research. So we're using the definition by Isma Pedreza Ramirez et al. 2020, and that esports can be defined as the casual or organized playing of video games in a way that provides professional or personal development to the player. And moving on to mental health, that can be defined as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. And then in turn, mental ill health refers to the negative state of well-being, and severe mental ill health refers to diagnosable disorders such as depression or anxiety. So we're hoping those definitions can really package and house what we're going to talk about today, so you understand where we're coming from relating to the concepts that we've examined. So you might be wondering how we got into this program of research. And like all good research studies, it actually started in a bar in London about 4 or 5 years ago, where I had a friend, or still have a friend, that worked in ESL. And he was talking to me about why some UK-based players might not be performing to their optimal level, and it might be due to stress. So he showed me a photo and then a video similar to one on the right-hand side of your screen, and my performance psychology brain went into overdrive, thinking about all the different concepts that can influence player performance, coach performance, and how we might go about optimizing performance. So what we did was actually conducted a study to examine the stresses faced and the coping methods used in professional esports players, to really try and answer my friend's question of why is it that some UK-based players weren't performing at their optimum in competition versus training. So we used semi-structured interviews with 7 male professional CSGO players. The information there about their expertise level or experience is on the screen. But most importantly and interestingly, when we look at the stresses faced, team issues, individual issues, scrutiny and criticism, and event issues were the prominent themes that were derived from this data collection. And when we look at team issues, this was the most prominent stressor identified from this research. So communication issues within the team, specifically communication issues between the team and the in-game leader, and also a potential lack of confidence within teammates. And when we look at these stresses, you might be asking, rightfully so, well, so what? What does that mean for a player? What does that mean for a coach? Well, what we can say from this research is that if these players are dealing with stresses such as poor communication, having arguments between the teammates, having arguments between the in-game leader, this enables us to better understand what demands are placed on these players, and then hopefully design interventions that are bespoke for esports to improve their performance. And we'll come back to team issues later, but other things like individual issues, balancing their life-work balance, trying to understand whether or not they've got a contract for the next split, for example, come up time and time again, and scrutiny from the media. So we'll come on to social phobia anxiety later, but there did seem to be a considerable amount of information discussed about behavioural inhibition and not wanting to do media interviews. So that was something that we gained from the data. And also more organisational stresses, such as the logistics of performing in front of a live audience and things changing at last minute with regards to the schedule with arena-based competitions. And on the left-hand side there, you'll see Arnold et al. So Rachel Arnold has done a lot of research within stress and coping within organisational settings. These findings do mirror the traditional sport literature, but it's really given us some information about what stresses players face and how we can try and help those players optimise performance. One very important finding that we also found was there was a high prevalence of avoidance coping within this sample. So one example of the avoidance coping was playing passively. So if you start playing scared, you don't want to give up your frag, you don't want to die, you don't want to make a mistake, just playing really passively and not really going for anything and not playing how you would usually play. And as we know, if you're a member of a team that typically plays aggressively, that will promote you winning, that will promote high levels of performance. And if you're avoiding dying and therefore you're playing passively, that's going to hinder performance. But long term, as we know from traditional sport literature, using avoidance coping is potentially harmful for both physical and emotional health. So that, again, to answer the so what question, avoidance coping isn't a healthy thing to do long term. If we know that the players are using that, we can try and develop interventions to essentially change the way that they're coping with the stresses so they can enhance performance, but also maintain and enhance their mental well-being. Now, we're very lucky off the back of this study to receive considerable media attention globally, which is great to really try and gain some visibility in what we're doing. And from that media attention, from doing different interviews and having different articles written about the study, I was very fortunate to be contacted by Oliver Leis at Leipzig University, and we collaborated on his PhD study to examine the stresses, associated responses, and coping in professional League of Legends players. You might be sitting there thinking, well, how about other esports? So we did try and answer that question in part by looking at what stresses and coping are used by League of Legends professionals. And when we look at the stresses here, we do find similar things with regards to the audience, social media, environmental constraints, as I mentioned before. But very interestingly, performance expectations was deemed to be one of the most prevalent stresses. So wanting to play without mistakes. And again, those team issues coming up again in terms of lack of confidence within teammates. Communication might be a problem, and that might be causing some angst between teammates. And again, if we know that across different esports, we can hopefully use this evidence to underpin the work of practitioners to get them to communicate better, to have more rational performance expectations, and therefore performance will increase, and very importantly, well-being will increase as well. Or that would be a hypothesized prediction. Interestingly, within this study in League of Legends, the coping strategies were a little bit more sophisticated. So what we actually found within this study is that increasing effort through high levels of attention was used once the game got started to really try and cope with those stresses. And other things like the social network was used as well. So having an environment where everyone was on the same page, the coach really understood the players, mums and dads, etc. And I know that was a really insightful talk on parental influence within esports. If we can really try and harness that social network and maybe use increased effort in the right way with interventions, that may be able to enhance our players' ability to cope with this stress, and also that may buffer longer term health issues with regards to mental health. So what we're building up a picture is that there are stresses prevalent. It's good to know about what they are, but most importantly, we're starting to know about coping strategies used to try and buffer that stress. And there's a great deal of work by Oliver Lice and Dylan Poulis, for example, further examining this area. So we're building up an evidence base to really move forward to better understand how we can improve performance and mental health. And on that note now, I'm going to just hand over to my colleague Matt to talk about our recent research examining predictors of mental ill health in first-person shooter esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Matt Smith. I'm a senior lecturer in sport and exercise psychology at the University of Winchester, and my research interests are very much around the area of social psychology, which is all about how people behave in the social world. So I'm really interested in how esports athletes interact and behave in their environment. I have to admit I've got no specific experience in playing first-person shooter games, although after being involved in the research previously, I do now, my understanding is certainly developing in that area. My own real experience in esports is I've played some competitive chess online, so that there's some experience there. And my research interests, as I say, social psychology. I've been involved in research looking at stressors in for example, in cricket captains. And so that led, it was quite a natural progression to look at stressors and coping in elite esports competitors, the study that Phil's just talked about. I've also been very interested in looking at mental ill health because the incidence of mental ill health in sport is certainly on the rise. And so that's something that I'm interested in, combining these interests to look at mental ill health in esports and how esports athletes are affected. And certainly the anecdotal evidence suggests that mental ill health is becoming a more prominent area that we need to address. So the underpinning rationale for our research is how can we support the mental health of esports athletes? And there's a couple of examples on the screen of high profile instances where esports athletes have been affected by mental ill health, or there's been a call to really look after the mental health of esports athletes. And as I said, like there's lots of anecdotal evidence through reports in the media of this being an issue. And so our rationale for the research is that there's not much research done in this area. There's a handful of studies, for example, research of Pereira et al., who have looked at how stress might predict mental ill health. And that was really the rationale for our research. We want to understand what might predict the mental health problems occurring in esports. And so the way we designed the study was we were interested in looking at stressors, which built on the previous work that we'd done in esports. And then we thought of what are some of the key mental ill health variables. So we considered psychological distress, we considered general anxiety and depression, and we also considered more severe depression symptoms. And then we read around the literature and we looked at what other variables might be pertinent in this area. And certainly sleep quality is one variable that seems to be very important. And the work of Daniel Bonner and colleagues are starting to give quite a bit of evidence to show that sleep quality can link with mental ill health. Also, we thought of looking at burnout and exhaustion, and one of the things that emerged from our previous research was the issue of social phobia anxiety in terms of how athletes are concerned with how they're perceived and evaluated in a public environment. So this led to our key research questions of looking at these, how stress, sleep, burnout, and social phobia anxiety work to predict mental ill health. And in terms of the So what of this research? Well, the key reason that we're doing this is because, as I said, mental ill health is increasing and more people are being affected by this. And as you've seen with other presentations, there's more and more people working in this area in esports, sports psychologists, mental health practitioners working to support esports athletes. And if you're going to support them, then really there needs to be an evidence-based approach to underpin that work. So what we've hoped to do with this research is to provide that evidence, to give some clear findings to suggest, well, if you're working to support the mental health of esports athletes, here are some of the things you might look at in that work. So in terms of the research that we're talking about here, we've started with a sample of student esports competitors, and the findings we're going to present are based on a sample of 313 athletes who all compete in first-person shooters. So there's 3 games that we looked at, Counter-Strike Go, Valorant and Rainbow Siege 6. And we collaborated with an organisation called The Mule, which were a group who organise university esports competitions, and that helped give us a sample of participants to allow us to investigate this question of what are the elements that predict mental ill health. And to start with, in terms of, we developed a survey, and the first thing we need to do was to ask questions around stressors that the athletes experienced. So the way we went around doing this was we looked at previous research that looked at stressors. We looked at our own research in esports. We looked at the work of researchers such as Himmelstein, who looked at stress in esports. We also looked at other research in sports psychology, for example, Rich Thelwell's work on stress in cricket. And we developed a bank of stressors. I think we had 57 in the end. And then what we did was we gave them to key stakeholders, and they identified out of these 57 which ones were pertinent in the sample of student athletes we were looking at. And this resulted in a final selection of 33 stressors. And what we did was we then, part of our survey, we gave these to our participants, and they had to rank how much these things impacted them. So a simple example was the stress of personal form, or a decline in form. How much does that cause you stress? And after we'd done that, what we did was we used a statistical technique called principal component analysis to develop 7 categories of stressors that our sample were affected by. So some of these are quite obvious. So category 1 that you can see on the screen is around the stresses of teammate interactions. So the stress caused by interacting with teammates. Others, for example, I won't go through all of them, but for example, personal concerns would talk about athletes' concerns about their own contributions they make to the team, or things that's around fear of failure, or things like that. So that was the way we were able to measure stressors. And then in terms of all our other variables, we used established questionnaires. So for example, you can see on the screen the questionnaires we used to measure sleep, burnout and social phobia anxiety, and the measures we used to measure psychological distress, general anxiety and depression, and severe depressive symptoms. And all these questionnaires have been validated and been shown to be reliable in other settings. So we were confident that these would provide accurate measures of these constructs. So that's what we did, and so it gets on. And so the key bit now is to get onto the findings of what we found about what were the links between our variables and what we could understand about mental ill health. So our first research question was to look at how the stressors impact on the different variables that we considered. So you can see on the table on the screen that stressor categories 2 and 6, and I'll talk about which ones they were in a moment, they had a significant prediction of having certain elements of poor sleep quality. And just on the right, the numbers are to do with the regression weights. We used regression to look at these predictions. So those figures talk about the percentage of or the strength of that prediction. So I won't go into that too much, but intuitively, the stronger that number, or the bigger that number, the stronger the prediction. We also found that these 2 key stressor categories, 2 and 6, predicted certain elements of burnout. Stressor categories 2 and 7 predicted social phobia anxiety. And then in terms of our second research question, 2 of our main stressor categories predicted mental ill health. And just to bring all that together and draw together the key points, in terms of the stresses that esports athletes faced, our findings indicate that the key risk factors are stressor categories 2 and 6. So stressor category 2 was the personal concerns, and stressor category 6 is around game-specific uncertainty. So various elements around playing the game, around things that happen while the game's actually going on. Those are the key stressors that were impacting on our sample. And so the results show that they are the key stressors that we might consider dealing with because they're the risk factors of our various variables. In terms of the measurements, just to put it into context, on the right, the beta values, there's a value, and anything between 0.15 and 0.35 is considered to be a medium strength prediction. So all these links between stressors and the different categories, we would categorize as medium strength. So pretty strong predictors and the things that we need to consider. Moving on to the third research question, you'll start to see even stronger predictors. So, for example, 2 of the elements of sleep quality, daytime dysfunction and sleep disturbance, actually were very significant predictors of the mental ill health variables. So our results were showing that there was a definite link between certain elements of sleep quality and mental ill health. Similarly, we found some very strong findings around burnout and the categories of exhaustion and reduced sense of accomplishment. And these categories of burnout were again significantly predicting our mental ill health variables. And finally, again, social phobia anxiety was a strong predictor of the mental ill health variables. So bringing all that together, all of our variables appear to be risk factors in terms of predicting mental ill health. So anybody who's working with, so sports psychologists or practitioners, mental health practitioners working with esports athletes, our results give some evidence that we really need to consider sleep quality, burnout and social phobia, because our results are showing that these are significant predictors of mental ill health. And if you look on the right, the beta coefficients, they actually represent even stronger predictive strengths of these relationships. So some of these predictions were very strong. So just to give you, I won't go into all the specific examples, but to give you a couple of specific examples, the daytime dysfunction in terms of sleep was actually a very, very strong predictor of severe depression. And in terms of burnout exhaustion was a very, very strong, very large predictor of severe depression. So we haven't got the scope in our presentation to present all those individual findings, but the key findings were that our findings definitely give evidence that sleep, burnout and social phobia are predictors of that. And our findings give evidence that certain elements of this are very strong predictors. So it's something that we hope that, again, going back to this question of so what, anybody watching this who works with esports athletes, there's some evidence there that these might be aspects that you can look at when you're working with athletes to hopefully, if you can improve sleep quality or you can reduce burnout, these might be things that will enhance the quality of mental health of esports athletes. There are some limitations of our research that are worth mentioning. We have to admit that it was, while we looked at competitive esports athletes, we would like to replicate the study with professional players, so we know that we can be more confident that our findings replicate in a professional environment, and we've got some links with different organisations to move forwards with that work with professional players. And then there's some limitations, which I'm not going to go into too much, but our design was a cross-sectional design. So we have to be cautious interpreting the findings, because while we're saying that, for example, sleep predicts mental ill health, there could be some issue in terms of reverse causality, where it might be the other way around, where mental ill health is causing a lack of sleep quality. So we've got to be careful of that. And one of the things that we'd like to do to really strengthen this is to do more longer term longitudinal designs, which would really strengthen our analyses. So there are some of the limitations of our research, but what we are pleased with is that here is some very strong evidence with a strong sample of esports athletes that provides evidence, a starting point for practitioners, mental health practitioners, sports psychologists working with esports athletes to underpin their work in that environment to help support the mental health of athletes. So that's a summary of the research study that we've just completed, and the study is in review and hopefully will be published soon. And that's that section completed, and I'm going to move on to my colleague Ben Sharp, who's going to talk about where we might go in future with this programme of research.
Right, hello everyone. My name is Benjamin Sharp, as Matt just said. So I'm a lecturer at the University of Chichester in psychology. I'm also a final year PhD student looking into the neurocognitive underpinnings of performance. I've also was a CSGO source competitor between 2009 and 2012, a long time ago. I was competing in a team called Dreamers, which is probably long since disbanded, competing in local arenas around England, such as there was, what was it called? There was local Comic Cons at the NAC Arena, competed in Birmingham and Nottingham, very localized in England, but that's where my first interest in CSGO started long ago. And now since I'm a CSGO player and just general fan, following the likes of like Hiko and Shroud since years and years ago. So the considerations I would like to talk about today, which really are going to hopefully propel us for future research and can hopefully lead to future collaboration with researchers listening. I want to talk about the psychophysiological measures that could potentially help us in aiding the influence of stress or even the prediction of performance, neurocognitive processes, which are more aligned with my expertise, such as looking into perceptual cognitive expertise, further focusing more on Matt and Phil's expertise, such as think aloud or team dynamics. And then a area that I would really like to focus some attention on is just the measures of focus, the problem with measuring performance in realms of League of Legends, CSGO, Valorant, and so forth. So initially, I want to talk about heart rate variability. So this is simply the variability in consecutive heartbeats, the variation between that and how we can measure it. When watching the sleep symposium yesterday, they spoke briefly about heart rate variability as a means to track sleep quality. Heart rate variability can also be used to monitor the influence of a stressor on the individual. And this is a really fruitful avenue that I would like to go forward and focus on. The main problem with any research related to almost every variable is just definitions. It might be all well and good that we've done mental ill health research, but we've strictly defined what we mean by mental ill health. The same if we want to use heart rate variability to measure stress, it's important for us to measure stress. But in terms of coming together as a community to define a unified measure or what we mean by stress is really important, which is something I want to stress, and for us as a community to come together and talk about what that really means. In terms of technology, here at the university, we have various methods from Pharos monitors to biopacks, but the use of heart rate variability can extend far beyond this into Fitbits, the new iPhones, some Apple Watches, and so forth. But the main focus for us is how specifically can we measure and monitor the influence of a stressor on the individual, how different mental ill health symptoms might influence performance as predicted by changes in heart rate variability. And the more broad question is, can heart rate variability uniquely contribute to the prediction of performance? Next, and more aligned to my personal expertise, is different neurocognitive systems such as eye tracking technology or cognitive measures. You might have heard some of these cognitive measures such as Stroop task, MBAC task, working memory capacity, executive function. Typically, these are all areas associated with the prefrontal cortex, where the eye and vision is more associated with the occipital lobe, which you can feel at the back of your head. So initially, health monitoring, different aspects of mental ill health or just declines in overall physical and mental health usually show themselves as deteriorations in speech. But one of the main aspects in perceptual cognitive expertise is a change in eye movement. So by eye movement, I mean gaze behavior. So how long you fixate on certain areas. So within CSGO, this may be the fact a novice will solely focus on the center of their screen. where experts may be able to use the maps, look at other players, predict where someone may end up in the future. The main cognitive paradigms we could look into are aspects of working memory capacity and executive function. Executive function meaning more broadly reasoning and planning ability. But again, in historical research over the last 15 to 20 years plus, it seems to be these are predictors of performance. And the most interesting thing for our research in stress, those predictions of performance can be moderated or mediated by different mental ill health symptoms. So it might be all well and good saying those that have high working memory capacity perform better, but if they're depressed, have aspects of burnout, this may mediate or moderate that interaction, meaning even if they have high working memory capacity, they may not perform optimally just because they have burnout, as Matt mentioned earlier. Next, again, this is tied more towards Phil and Matt's expertise. So team dynamics, so specifically understanding the interaction between the player or the players and how they communicate with the coaches, how this communication method might be monitored for future research. So we're quite interested in how this interaction occurs during competitive games, whether this can be measured and monitored, and whether certain practices might elicit better performance where others may be leading towards certain stresses that could be avoided. Secondly, the think aloud. Erickson and Simon are almost the originators that first did some prior research in this if you want to do some more reading. But the main aspect to think aloud is talking as you go in, the first processes that come into mind, saying aloud, using these measures and metrics as a way of providing intervention, how best someone approaches a certain practice. And these are things that can be and are currently adopted by practitioners in the field. The one area of focus that I said at the beginning that I'd like to focus on is just measures of performance. A common limitation across most cognitive sciences and also extending into physiology, biomechanics and so forth is just how we measure performance as a whole. Maybe some people are listening now that have used a specific measure of performance, whether it be League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Valorant, or just sports within the traditional sporting realm. But a lot of these have the fundamental limitation of, do they provide ecological validity or do they provide task representatives? As in, do they measure exactly what we want them to do? So for example, if we're measuring Counter-Strike performance, are we solely measuring reaction time? And does reaction time encapsulate every aspect of Counter-Strike performance? The answer is simply no. We all know the highly dynamic nature of different video games, how complex they really are. They require strategy, teamwork, and so forth. So a measure and a problem that we're trying to tackle going forward, and we think we are in the process of developing such a metric, is how can we measure this performance in a way that truly encapsulates what the game is, as opposed to solely focusing on one measure, such as reaction time, or where they look, or the use of just a map, or just communication, using these things to provide a more performance index as opposed to a single measure. And then again, the latter point, replication and power. A lot of problem with growing fields is that people will simply use a convenient sample. They will use smaller sample sizes where these aren't statistically powered, meaning we can't reliably rely on the data that is providing us. For example, some of the measures of regression, for example, require between 100 and 150 participants to produce reliable statistics. Well, a lot of limitations with current literature, especially in the cognitive field, are using sample size of 6 to 12 and so forth. And then replication, the same way, and the fantastic thing about this current presentation is that it's open access. People can see it from the public. We're all sharing our ideas and information. The same thing needs to be applied within a research field. It's important for us to say how we produced our methods, what tasks did we use to measure performance, how do we run our statistics, can we offer our finalized data to other members of the research community so they can also find further considerations. So before we progress, I'm going to pass it back to Phil Birch, and he's going to speak about his PhD studentship that has been recently advertised. Thank you very much for listening to myself, and I'll pass it over to Phil.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so just to finish up today, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit more about our plans with heart rate variability as a measure of emotional regulation, but also longer term health. So essentially next Friday, we're going to be interviewing some PhD students, candidates, and there's a plan of research over the next 3 years to essentially examine the utility of heart rate variability as a mark of emotional regulation and long-term mental health. And our goal there is to try to monitor stress and mental health within esports. And as we've been saying, you might be thinking, so what? If we can have an objective measure of stress reactivity, emotional regulation, potentially with regards to mental health as well, because the evidence is suggesting that those things can be measured from heart rate variability. This may be able to inform and underpin interventions in the future for practitioners to work with their athletes to optimize performance, but also to maintain and increase mental health. So if you've got any thoughts or you want to collaborate, or you've got access to participants, then please get in touch, because that would be great to speak to you in the future. So just to finalise today, there's contributing authors to our study. So both Ati and Dave, thanks very much for your contributions. Special thanks to ESL and Newell and the conference for, again, enabling us to have the platform to speak to you today. And we'd very much like to take your questions. Thanks very much for listening.
Would you like me to read some questions to you that we've got?
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
So you jump in, whichever one you want to answer. So in your study, what seems to be the most effective coping strategy?
So is that the 2019 study?
Yeah, so this was when you were doing your talk.
I'll start off by saying that it wasn't actually the purpose, it was beyond the scope of the study to actually evaluate coping effectiveness. So the aim was to illustrate what the stresses were and then what some of the coping strategies that the participants used. We actually made some statements around what we thought was effective or not. So when the participants talked about avoidance strategies, then we suggested that wasn't very effective, because the literature has suggested that avoidance strategies aren't the best way to cope with things. But it was beyond the scope of the study to actually specifically assess how effective the coping strategies were. Certainly something that future research can look at.
Yeah. So is there data statistics that show the level of mental ill health is increasing, and we need to be more open with the issue of mental health within esports?
So my understanding is that there are few studies examining the prevalence or level of mental ill health in esports. There is some research by Anna Pereira and colleagues that has potentially looked at more the prevalence of mental health in esports, but I think that is a area that we need to target more in the future in terms of prevalence. But just to be very clear, our study wasn't examining prevalence. Our study was trying to examine the predictors of mental ill health, so we can understand the risk factors to help practitioners optimize their performance in helping players and coaches.
Another question is the mental ill health a result of high stress environment, or are there risk factors in the player beforehand that worsen the effect of high stress, like their age, but also physiological problems before becoming pro?
Very good question, and that's something that goes beyond what we did, but there's always other things you can look at. So, for example, are there certain personality factors? Are there certain predispositions? Are there certain age groups? And something we didn't look at, because you've got to draw a line on what we did. So we've looked at all our results together and the overall findings. And yeah, there's a whole range of things that we could look at again in future research. So yeah, there's certain aspects that we potentially could look at, but there's things that we didn't look at in this study. We looked at all our results together.
I think just to mention what Ben said in his part of the presentation in terms of moderators and mediators, I think moving forwards, using more complex analyses, you will be able to establish what those variables are and how they influence the predictions with regards to mental ill health. So something like personality, for example, as Matt said, that could be tied into future research to examine its potential.
So, for example, you could develop some intuitive hypotheses around maybe extroversion would mean that people wouldn't be affected by social phobia anxiety, but maybe more introverted individuals would struggle by being evaluated. So we can make those hypotheses, and that's certainly something that is a lot of potential for further research. Our thinking was to have a starting point by providing some initial evidence, and then now we've got some evidence, then we make some decisions about where we move forwards from here.
Another question, which we may have covered slightly, is if you change the type of game played, for example, a fighting game, do the measurements change?
So we obviously don't know that because we've used a sample of first-person shooters. So that's a very interesting question. And again, whether we run the study in another sample with and that would be something that would be interesting to get some reflections on from that community. Like that might be a different type of study. It might be an interview study where we take those results and then say, well, do these resonate with another community, and present the result to those who play fighting games and say, right, we found that sleep might predict this. Do you find that? We find that burnout predicts this. I think quite a few of our findings, though, I'm imagining the result of playing the game in general, not the type of game. So my instinct would be that sleep quality and burnout would be pertinent regardless of the game. But that would be my instinct, not based on any actual research findings.
Thoughts on that one?
No.
Cool.
Yeah. This is a question by Tristan. He joined slightly late, but he asked if there's some signs of high depression as well as in athletes, so such as sleep problems. So maybe you could revisit the sleep depression potential link that we found.
Yeah, and I suppose that's like we just said, it's a follow-up study. So we didn't specifically look at prevalence in terms of how much depression was being experienced or what symptoms were being experienced by players. But yeah, looking at the links in the clinical literature between things like sleep quality and depression, especially things like daytime dysfunction, the links are there. So again, you can make the application of those links and suggest that there could be viable studies to look at that. But again, we haven't got the specific evidence. We haven't got enough specific evidence to formulate any concrete conclusions on that yet. But
certainly that was a very strong finding. So daytime dysfunction sleep was incredibly strong in terms of the regression weights in terms of predicting mental ill health.
Mm-hmm.
So there appears to be something there, and that would certainly be worthy of future research because it was such a strong finding.
And if you are interested in sleep in esports, Daniel Bonner's work and other colleagues would be a really good place to go to examine the current literature to understand where we're at. And in their results sections and the discussion sections, they'll be talking about what could be done next. So yeah, read those papers because they're really good starts.
Yeah, I think this also ties to yesterday's talk on circadian rhythm and sleep. The main point they were trying to get across is that there's different chronotypes, morning and evening chronotypes. Our most common issue, just from anecdotal reports from just esport players I play with that are professional, semi-professional standing, a lot of them take medication to fall to sleep. And the problem within sleep literature is that they can't fall into the REM stages 4 and 5 of sleep if they're taking these medications. They're not having the sleep spindles in the brain. They're not releasing cortisol naturally, and they're not recovering. And as a result, their immune system is hampered, which could then lead to further aspects of falling ill, aspects of burnout. But again, this is a really interesting area that we would love to explore further. But also points to what we mentioned earlier is that we used a Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, and the problem with the Sleep Quality Index is also a subjective measure, which also ties back to Phil's PhD student interviews and heart rate variability. This is just another metric where we can, instead of asking the person what is their subjective opinion of their sleep, can measure it externally or provide them with a mechanism to measure their sleep quality over time, which again is just a really fruitful and hopefully really important avenue that should be pursued in future research. Question. So team communication was mentioned as a way to monitor, observe and give insight into team dynamics. What methods would you use to capture this?
Well, there's has been research in terms of, there was a very interesting study on communication netball, where how defenders communicate, and what the researchers did was they coded the communication and the different things they did, and then they actually looked at whether that linked with performance. And I wonder whether that because communication is recorded when people are competing, if we could devise a coding system where we looked at the different types of communication at a basic level, for example, positive and negative communication, instruction, criticism, those sorts of things, and then and then if we could code that in a similar way, and the netball study was a really interesting one, and then we look at, like, for example, does that lead to success or failure? So there are a couple of studies that have done that, and I think that'd be really interesting, because the interviews I did were with competitors who are competing in a live event, and so it's interesting when people are used to competing online, and then suddenly they go to a large-scale live event, maybe with an audience, and they have to communicate in person. Then some of the issues around that. So I'm very interested in team dynamics, so I think that could be a very fruitful area to look at. And then from a sports psychology perspective, how do you work with athletes and train them to communicate more effectively?
And just to add to that, I think building a supportive environment from the team to the IGL to the coach to the support staff, again, using Think Aloud, you could try and capture some of their thoughts and some of their communication to understand how the IGL is communicating with the team, how the coach is communicating with the IGL. And again, we're providing preliminary evidence to suggest that the coach and the IGL have very prominent roles in shot calling in some esports and communication. So the different pairings and the different groups of communication in a team could be something really interesting to examine.
Can you still hear us? Can you still hear us, Nicholas? Our screens went black for a moment.
I can't hear him.
Sorry.
Can you still hear us?
Yeah. We can
Okay,
see.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question was, what would you say we could use heart rate variability and eye tracking as indicators for training or grinding sessions too long? So I guess, do you want to answer this one?
You go.
So an interesting aspect of eye tracking research is that the aspect of vigilance, so the decline in performance over time. An interesting thing you find with those that have high or low working memory capacity, or high or low executive functioning, or just a certain prevalence to follow a specific gaze strategy, you'll find that over time, depending on the level or expertise of this individual, you will see a decline in their specific performance on that variable. So eye tracking specifically, you might find in the first 5 minutes of play, they're making lots of fixations consistently across the screen, or they're making very little. But depending on the expertise of that individual, you'll find that their gaze behavior will change dramatically, and that might be a predictor of performance. So I know within my own personal research within lifeguarding, it seems to be the case that over a 60-minute period, the more focus is attended to maybe a monotonous task or understimulating task, your ability to attend your attention may worsen, and as a result, your performance would decrease. Similar to heart rate variability, it may be the case that heart rate variability, as tracked over a long period of time, may be a predictor of performance during that time. So the more stable you can sustain your heart rate, that we were speaking about in yesterday's session on breathing rate, controlling your breathing as a way of relaxation, it just might be another metric we can maintain performance over these long stints. Because as we're all aware, especially in League of Legends, games can be 60 minutes. If they're back-to-back in a tournament period, they're playing consistently for 4 or 5 hours or more. Does the time of your sleep schedule change your results? Like if you slept during the day as opposed to slept during the night, would it affect your sleep or in-game performance? That's by someone called Jack.
Our findings, and I don't believe the measure that we used, Ben, actually breaks that down. So again, all these things are very interesting things we could look at in the future. So this is always what happens in research. You do an initial finding where we've got some evidence that sleep can link with mental ill health, and then some of the things that have been mentioned in the questions about are very relevant in terms of we could investigate in future, because it's obviously not as simple with that. There's something going on in terms of our results. There's definitely something going on between sleep quality and mental ill health, but then that's where that provides the impetus to go and then break that down and look at things. So I don't know who it was who asked that question, Ben.
Jack,
but that's potentially something that's very relevant, because sleep can be different in terms of the playing schedules, for example.
I think as well, if you're interested in that particular question, you can read the work of Professor Matthew Walker. He's also released a book called Why We Sleep, and he talks about the importance of going to bed when it's dark outside. And he also talks about the different types of chronotypes. So some individuals, I know speaking for myself, I can perform optimally with 5 hours of sleep. where that's not necessarily typical for average population. Some people might need 7 hours, some need 8, some need 9. It's understanding for you individually, how much sleep do you require? And the same thing for naps. The suggestion typically is have 20-minute naps in the middle of the day before a meal or before a meal. But again, for some people, it's either not achievable to have because you have other family commitments, or a nap for you doesn't actually provide that benefit. So I think it's being mindful and self-aware of how much sleep you personally need, how much, if you do go to bed, when's your natural wake-up time. But yeah, I recommend you have a look at Professor Matthew Walker's work. It's a really interesting question, but yeah, not the scope of what we've researched currently. That's all the questions we've got on Twitch.
Nicholas, is there anything else that you think we've missed in terms of the questions? Or have we covered them all?
Actually, I think that you answer all the questions that have been asked on the Twitch chat. I put them in our comment section. I don't know if you can access in the discussion in the Zoom, but I think that you did great.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Feel those. Yeah, I think we've answered all the questions then.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to you guys.
Great work, Nico, for organising this.
I appreciate. Thanks to you to participate to this. Actually, fantastic job, and actually, for what I've seen in the chat, all the people were really interested in the research you are conducting and what you are saying. So yeah, it was a high level conference with you guys. Great symposium. No, you did great. Everybody is thank
Hello, everyone. And thank you super much for having us and letting us being part of. And thank you super much. We hear double. So yeah, my name is Andres, and I will be the moderator for this symposium. And beside me are my dear colleagues, Raul and Yuar. And we are sports psychology consultants with a bachelor and a master's degree based out of Sweden. And yeah, we will share what our experience have been like working within esports as sports psychology consultants, and we will be highlighting some of the opportunities that we have encountered, but also some of the challenges. And our topics will mainly be gaming in Sweden, roles in esports, sports psychology consultants, esports in school, gamers in esports, integration in esports, and yeah, then we'll finish off with the summary and some final thoughts. And if you have any questions at any time, please make sure to just leave a comment at the Twitch channel, and I will do my best in order to bring them up at the right time. And yeah, my dear friends, Yuar and Raul will do their best in order to give as many happy, beautiful answers as possible.
Yes.
So, what is a sports psychology consultant?
Yeah, a sports psychology consultant is someone who works with the psychological aspects of sport and performance. So that can be anything from focus, from motivation, to more broad things like career planning and maybe performance anxiety, goal setting. So yeah, that's basically what a sports psychology consultant is.
Yeah. And Raul, what is an APE?
Well, as you can see on the screen here, we have AEP. It stands for Association of Esports Psychology, and it's a group of friends who met at the university here in Halmstad, where we are situated right now. And basically, we have a common interest of helping gamers and esports players to be successful both online and offline, and that means both in-game with the performance and also their life outside of performance. And yeah, so we also aim to try and create a more professional, sustainable, and healthy esports culture. And we do so through workshop, lectures, and consultations sometimes. And we work with schools, with regions, and try to just share the incredible knowledge of esports and the way it can benefit both individuals and at a societal level as well.
Nice. Anything to add to that, Johan?
Oh, I think that was a good summary.
So yeah, there was a rundown of who we are and what we do. But here's a little disclaimer that most of the things that we will be discussing will be based on the experience that we have gathered through our years, throughout our years as working as sports psychology consultants within esports. And therefore, our perspectives will also be mainly viewed from the lenses of sports psychology consultants. So let's begin. And we're going to talk about gaming and Sweden. So if you are a gamer, chances are that you have encountered a Swede. And why is this? Well, around 10 million people lives in Sweden, and 2 surveys have showed that over 50% of the children and young people here play computer games, and more so, 1 out of 3 males between the age of 15 to 25 identify as a gamer here. And in Sweden, a big push within esports has begun, and cyber cafes keep popping up within each city. And great facilities such as Inferno Online, Game Effect keeps expanding. And also the world's largest gaming center just opened up in Stockholm called Space, with over 400 gaming setups and boot camping room. And yeah, big esporting events such as DreamHack and the CSGO major PGL Stockholm keeps bringing further attention to the growing scene. Yeah. What else you want?
Yeah, that's not all. I think we've all seen that esport has started to grow in Sweden, and we need not look further than our schools. We have currently 50 high schools offering about 90 different programs advertising in esports. So there's a difference between the programs, but they are all esport related. So
yeah, so we have a lot of happy gamers here in Sweden, a lot of opportunities for gamers to meet up socially and play with each other in real life, but offline and offline as well. And so we have opportunities for them to study what they like, and also practice under school coaches, and a lot of opportunities for them to do what they love.
Yeah, cool. So that sounds like some wonderful opportunities, but what are some of the downsides or challenges with this?
yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges that we see is the Swedish Sports Confederation. In Sweden, we have a sports confederation which offers a lot of consulting. You can get workshops, consulting, information about different aspects, and all of the sporting activities or sports get funding from it as well. So there's a lot of funding to be made and a lot of information to be found, but that is not the case for gamers.
No, unfortunately, all of this amazing support is not available for gamers or players in esports. And this is because esports is not recognized as an official sport by the Swedish Sport Confederation. And another negative consequence of this is that about the major, a major tournament, the
Yes.
TI, you might have heard of this. It's Dota 2 World Championships. They had their 10-year anniversary. It was supposed to be held here in Sweden, and it had a prize pool of over $40 million, which is the biggest in esports history ever.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. But since this is, of course, an international event, but since esport isn't recognized as a sport in Sweden, the athletes and sporters from other countries couldn't get the sporting exemption, so they couldn't get into the country. And because of that, it was moved to Romania, so not Sweden.
Yeah. So basically, all of this boils down to esports not being recognized as a sport here in Sweden. And if you go to the Sport Confederation's webpage as an esports player, you won't find much help for you there. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you can Google and find help about esport if you are a gamer in Sweden, but there's no really specific advice in Sweden, at least from a state level or state related. So you're basically on your own. And even when you do find information, and I think we've spoken a lot about this on ERN so far, is that you can find a lot of information, but it's not really easy to sift through it and know what's useful information and what is good information. So it can be very difficult for a young gamer in Sweden to find useful information.
Yeah, definitely. And it also includes for parents of the gamers, if they are concerned of their children's gaming habits, or if you're just curious and want to learn more about it. And we will be talking more about why it's important to have all of these different roles within esports. But yeah, let's jump into it.
Yeah, might as well.
Cool. So different roles in esports. Within esports, it isn't uncommon to find managers, coaches, mental coaches, and teachers that have taken on necessary roles within the esports scene. And how may these roles affect the player's well-being? We will begin by discussing our own profession, sports psychology. So again, what is a sports psychology consultant?
First, Romain, the presentation is not intended to move, at least not yet, so just stick around, but thank you for the input. So a sports psychology consultant, as we talked about, is someone who works with the psychological aspects of sport, but there are different titles and they mean different things. So we also have sports psychologists, which work with the clinical issues like depression, burnout, and perfectionism. And you also have mental coaches, which is kind of a looser term, and I don't know if it really has any clear definition. And these different titles, they have different statuses in different countries. So in Sweden, none of these titles are protected, meaning that anyone and everyone can call themselves a sports psychologist, even if they don't have any academic background. Whereas in other countries, you usually require academic background and to be licensed by a governing body.
Yeah, and if we go back to the Swedish Sport Confederation website, they state that there are a lot of benefits with sports psychology, and but they also highlight the importance of ensuring that the sports psychology consultant has a proper education and has applied experience, and also that it's important to ensure that the consultant has the competence required, but also follows the ethical guidelines such as confidentiality and yeah, amongst many others. And they also go ahead to state other or no education can result in lack of ethical approach, and that no effect of work may occur, and in worst case scenario may also contribute to mental illness. So yeah, so it's that's why, for one, it's very, very important to make sure that the consultant the players are asking or getting help from has the proper education and follows the ethical guidelines.
Yeah, and this is the reason why this is such a big challenge in esports, because we can have people that have no academic background and don't really respect the severity of some of these issues. I mean, depression is a very serious issue. So is burnout. If you have an athlete that are experiencing early symptoms of burnout, and maybe he comes to an unexperienced mental coach who tells him to ignore the signs or maybe try to work harder or try to focus on something else or just practice more, that could lead to even more severe burnout and full-fledged burnout and very negative. So there are many cases which can have very serious implications.
Yeah.
And earlier today we heard the great Mia Stellberg and Martina Schubrich talking about this important area. And Mia, she mentioned that she had 10 years of clinical practice before even entering esports. So it's it's interesting.
No, it's
so yeah, we have come across people within esports who might have good intentions at heart, but that have still offered somewhat of, let's say, messy methods when they have been working with esporters. And what are your thoughts on this, Joar?
Yeah, I think we all know about, at least we all here know about the example of a coach of an esport team that just got hired as a sports psychology consultant. And the issue was that when this person spoke at I think it was a YouTube video, an interview, he told the interviewer that his background was as a sport coach and he got interested in the psychological aspects. So he decided to become a mental coach without any academic background or taking any academic courses, as far as we know, at least. And there's another issue with his players, because the players called him everything from a sports psychology consultant, I think, to a sports psychologist and even a psychologist. And as I just explained, there are big differences between these terms. So there exists a lack of clarity here, for sure.
Yeah.
And another thing that has been mentioned within these beautiful lectures was the benefits of being able to personally, emotionally regulate your feelings and up and downs, and through the practice of, say, slow-paced breathing. But so there are certain things that you can add to your repertoire in order to manage how you're thinking and feeling. But what are some of the downsides that we've heard about slow-paced, no, not slow-paced breathing, but
slow-paced breathing is a wonderful technique. But we've come across some questionable techniques, such as holding your breath in order to activate your flight or fight system in order to enhance your performance.
Yeah, before competition.
And like between rounds and stuff like that. So this is a bit questionable technique to use, which is why it's important to know that these people are educated and have the proper credentials.
And are using evidence-based strategies instead of just, maybe it could be beneficial. I've heard about fight or flight, so that could be good for gaming probably. So hold your breath and you'll perform better.
And again, you spoke a bit about the players being unable to really know what background your sports psychologist or mental coach have. And but mistakes do also happen. This summer, you was invited to speak at the Olympic Virtual Series, which is the Olympics' big push within esports. And I remember on more than 4 occasions during mail, we wanted to verify and just clarify to them that, like, okay, this is yours title, and it's very important that you write it out like this. But then when the show went live and we saw a big, beautiful picture of you, it said with capital letters below, sports psychologist. And yeah, there is a difference. But tell us about the ethical dilemmas. If you...
Yeah, I think that I'm going to go on a rant here maybe, so Anders, you can look at the questions.
Yes, because we are just rushing through this. We have so much time. Rant away.
Yeah, okay, so I think the big ethical dilemma is that people or players don't really know what to expect. I mean, if you're going to someone, maybe you're a gamer who has burnout syndromes or maybe depression, and then you may think that, oh, a mental coach could be good for that because I know that they work with psychology, but then your expectations are to cure or treat your depression, which is not something that a mental coach probably is going to do. So I think it's very important that there are clear distinctions, that we educate players and parents about these distinctions. And in the example that Anders just took, I think it speaks to that it isn't always a case of deceit or ill will. It can just be a mistake. And I know from personal experience with my clients, it's hard for people who are not in academia to understand the differences between a sports psychologist and a sports psychology consultant. And for many, the differences seem kind of arbitrary, but I mean, there are legal ramifications. As I spoke to earlier, in certain countries, it's a protected term. So if you call yourself a sports psychologist without being one, you can suffer legal ramifications, which I want to avoid. So please, sports psychology consultant.
Yes.
You want to add something to this?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, but again, we will be talking more about why a gamer might want to be curious in speaking to one of us later on. But I'm thinking that we should try and bring, what are some of the opportunities when it comes to coaching in esports?
Well, something that I find in traditional sports is that you have athletes that grew up and they get values taught to them and skills taught to them by coaches and organizations.
Yeah, especially in Sweden. I mean, a lot of people start from age 4 here.
Yeah, exactly. And but in esports, we don't really have the same type of the career pathway doesn't look like that.
No, not at all.
Usually or I'm not going to say usually, but it's not it's not like you have a coach beside you every step of the way. But so in esports, you play a lot with yourself or with your friends, and then you get into a team perhaps, and then there might be coaches and such, but not the way that traditional sports have, where they support the athlete and they help the athletes to grow throughout their careers. As yours said, they might start from age 4 up to whatever age they might be. And this could be seen as a challenge because in esports, it's not uncommon to find toxicity amongst players. We have players that are toxic to other people, to their opponents, and but also to their own teammates. And not to say that in traditional sports could fix all of this, but it could be argued that it may have some benefits or some positive impact if you have some guidance throughout your career.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you stop at age 14 in Sweden, you could still have started at age 4. So you still have 10 years of experience in a controlled environment where you learn these values, and values like fair play and everybody getting equal chances is very important in Sweden. And I know from the Sports Confederation that a lot of sporting teams have requirements and demands to have policies regarding inclusion, integration, and fair play. So it's very big here in Sweden. So even 10 years or from 4 to 14 can make a big difference, I think.
Yeah, a lot. And we also have leadership programs for the traditional sports leaders or coaches to follow. Like, they're really good. Like, they follow all this inclusion, fair play, and to respect each other and so on.
Yeah, Raul, but when you were an esport athlete back in your days, for those who don't know, I think we can share here that
I'm not sure if we can share the pictures. I think they're gone.
Yeah, that might be gone. Okay.
Raul was a Pong champ back in his days. I think we can. Yeah,
there we go.
When he was younger, so he has a lot of experience here in the environment. How did it look back in your days when you started esports?
Well, it doesn't look like it does now. I can tell that for sure. It's a little bit harder back then. Yeah.
Cool.
No, but the joke being, I'm a bit older than yours, so I date back to the 70s.
Yeah.
No, but what I wanted to say is that an opportunity here might be to adopt the way the traditional sports have, or for esports to adopt this club-like environment, let's say, and create a platform for the players to grow as players, but also as human beings. And and I work for an organization that offers this type of platform that it's like kind of like a Fortnite club or a Fortnite school, which we have students or young students from the age of 8 and up. And these players, they learn to teach each other with respect. They learn communication skills. They learn cooperation skills. They learn to arrive on time and a lot more. And it's actually wonderful to see these kids, because you do see a difference between just the first day and the day number 5 or 6. It's a huge difference. And it's something that I'm not saying that esports must adopt, but maybe it could be explored a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think this is a great opportunity. I mean, in traditional sports, we have several years and decades of organization and how they have worked and how they have transformed and continue to improve. So I think it's, instead of trying to recreate the wheel, I think we can look a lot to traditional sports and see what they have done and integrate the beneficial parts and discard the rest.
Yeah, and that's not to say that esports is exactly the same as traditional sports, because there are things that differ. But it wouldn't hurt to try and test some of the things that we already have that works in traditional sports.
Yeah, the knowledge we have gathered.
Yeah.
So, are you ready for a question from the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. So, question: do you need to fight against false beliefs induced by non-professional psychologists? You get that? Do you need to fight against false beliefs induced by non-professional psychologists?
Well, maybe we first should start with holding our breaths to call out the fight or flight response. I don't know if fight is the right word, but I think it's very important to counter these claims. So at least according to me, I think it's beneficial to start by putting out the right information. So instead of trying to dispel every single argument, because we know there are a lot, I think it's better to start speaking and educating people about what are good ways to practice and what should you look for. I know we have an Instagram live, which we had every week, and we've spoken about this topic and how you as someone without academic knowledge can try to investigate and try to spot when you're seeing pop psychology advice. So what to be skeptical towards. So a few of those keys is to avoid absolute terms, or to look out for absolute terms. So you should always engage the fight or flight response, or you should always do this, or you should always train 5 hours a day, etc., because we know that everything is very context dependent. So there aren't really anything that's like that far off. And when there are simple solutions to complex problems, you should be skeptical as well. So those are some key terms.
Yeah. So if you as a player see something like, you always do this warm up before a tournament, that doesn't really apply to maybe every player. Some players have different types of warm ups that helps them. And also, as you said, if you find that like this is too good to be true, then most of the times it usually is, because with the sport psychology, or with the mental aspect of performance, it takes time to refine the skill. So it's not like, we will try this tip and it'll work all the time, like we will have a mental edge over the world champions. It's not like that. So you have to train this, like you train specific skills within the game, like you do with strength training and stuff like that.
Yeah, And I think our dear Professor Xavi Sanchez, I don't know if he's watching. Hi, Xavi.
If you are, hello.
But he used to say that as sports psychologists, we aren't helping people, we're facilitating performance. So I think that's a beneficial way of looking at it, that we're facilitating performance, we're making it easier, and we're establishing the preconditions for a good performance. But we can't really, if someone a shitty player, we're not going to make them a pro. So
yeah.
But we can facilitate their performance so they become better, but you shouldn't expect wonders just because of anything really, because of change in nutrition, because of food, or adopting a new model. But small increments make big changes long term.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a bad way of selling our services, but yeah, that's the truth.
All right.
Should we move on?
Yeah. So that was a little bit about our experiences within this field. And let's jump over to the next, which is esports in school. And yeah, within the growing industry of esports, we have also come across that there is still great potential for further growth, and especially when you begin to look into the school systems, right? You are?
Speaking of misconceptions and lack of clarity, as I mentioned before, we have around 50 high schools offering different esport programs, around 90 programs, but are all of these programs created equally, Raul?
Well, I mean, it sounds great in theory because Sweden does have a lot of programs, and it seems like an amazing opportunity, which I think it is, because it's nice to see that Sweden is attempting to move forward with the esport and recognize the potential and opportunity here. But as some previous panelists have said during the conference, that it's hard to know whether the let's say the teachers offering these courses are qualified or not. And in some school programs, it differs a little bit on how long the actual esports or how much the esports really take up in the curriculum.
Yeah, definitely. We look into these types of things, and again, it's super good that esports programs are coming up, but it's still such a big buzzword that many schools just simply want to be able to attach to themselves in order to attract the students. But some of these schools which offer esports program, here in Sweden, you have to have, say, 2,500 points in order to finish high school and get your degree.
Yeah,
that's
so 3 years is divided up into 2,500 points.
And out of these 2,500 points, certain schools only offer sometimes only 100 up to 200 points, which is focused on esport practice, and the rest of the curriculum is just basic stuff.
So 4% of your entire high school could be esports.
Yeah. And anything else to add to that, you are?
Yeah, I think this speaks to the lack of clarity. I think there is a big interest, as Andres said, there's a lot of hype behind esports, and I think a lot of high schools have started to realize that they can attract a lot of students by using esports. But there is a big issue with the clarity and what to expect. I mean, if you're a young student, maybe you're 14, 15 years old, which you are when you try to apply for high schools, you might not really have the knowledge to look into this and try to question, okay, what is it when they mean esport, and how much am I going to practice esport, and what am I going to learn? So you might apply and devote 3 years of your life to something that is just 4% of what you wanted to do, and when it's such a small part, maybe you'd rather take up something else and just play on the side. So I think that's a big thing, and there needs to be clarity and clarity what to expect.
Something else in regards to schools and having to look up things on your own comes to the staffs who are running these schools or getting these opportunities. My dear younger brother, he has been making a living through esports his entire adult life. So he's been initially he played 4 years professional as a gamer, followed by being a coach 1 year plus within CSGO and Valorant. And every now and then, my dear younger brother is approached by a school, or he's recommended by someone that he should take on this position as a coach or as a teacher at these educational programs. And of course, it's such a super cool possibility to be able to continue in making a living through one's passion. But a possible challenge that I see with this was that my dear younger brother, he was unable to finish his high school diploma because he had already taken on a professional gaming pursuit. Yeah. So this means that he, in a sense, would be able to grade other people without still having received the
graduated himself.
Yeah. Which could be troublesome, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all can see the issues with that. And as we spoke to earlier, when this high school opens up or want to open up esports programs, it creates a huge vacuum because they need people to fill these spots. And I think what we've seen is that there are big demands, but there isn't that big of a supply. So there are a lot of people seeking into these, and the principals or the people that hire, they might not have a background in esports or know that much about esports. So they're really unqualified in filtering out what's coming into the vacuum. Yeah. So I think this can lead to what you talked about with Makan. Of course, we love Makan and he's a very good player, but there are a lot more examples of this. And we also have the opposite when schools try to seek for too much. I think we've all seen job openings where a school sought for someone who was a pro esport player into esports, and then he should also be a mental coach, sports psychology consultant, nutritionist, be a physiologist, maybe biomedicine as well, or something like that.
They had they would also needed like a background in sports as well.
Yeah, so yeah, and this might sound weird, but this was in one job application, so this was for one job. And to have knowledge in this many fields, at least academic knowledge, is, yeah, I mean, you would have to be about like 50 or 60, and I mean, even being a pro in 2 different esports is kind of a big ask, according to me. Yeah, or what do you say, though?
Yeah, no, this is actually this could be a big risk when working with young people who really want to give it their all in their esports career. And not to say that every person who is like unqualified, let's say academically, is unfit, but there are greater risks, right? So we're not really sure what these kids or high school students are being taught, because who knows if they're being taught values and skills that may not be optimal for performance or to have a sustainable career.
Yeah, and I mean, just because you're a gamer doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to teach other people and how to structure an entire program, because it's not like the principals know how to structure the esports program. So one can theorize that you're going to have pretty free hands. So asking someone who's maybe, I think we've seen people getting hired who are as young as 22, asking someone who basically just finished high school to create an entire esports program is kind of a big ask and kind of weird in my opinion.
And again, I think that it will be like a hit or miss situation. You could be super lucky and end up with a Makan because then boom, you'll have such a great teacher and a great role model in front of you. But these schools doesn't really know if they're getting a Makan or if they're getting anything else. Yeah, and then they're already gotten into a system, and then you are able to work as a teacher within esports. But again, a teacher of esports, and you'll have people who apply to the school in order to be part of this program, but these players might not even have the same interest which means that they might not even play the same game that this teacher has been a coach of.
Yeah, and I think you spoke to something important earlier, and that is in Sweden it's very hard to fire a person. So so if you get accepted or hired as a teacher for maybe 1 year or 2 years, even though you might not be able to perform to the expectations, it's very hard to fire that person. So you could be stuck with someone who doesn't really know how to run it for several years.
Yeah.
So not not good at all. But I think it's important to note that these are some of the challenges, but there are also big opportunities. I mean, this is very new with high school, at least in Sweden, with esport high schools. So there's going to be some growing pains. Maybe there are too many growing pains and it could be better, but we need to take the necessary steps in order to make it something good and to create that structure. And I'm glad that we see a lot of high schools who are willing to take that risk and trying to develop a platform for gamers to try to perform at high school and try to combine their sporting with school.
Yeah,
great possibilities.
Awesome.
But again, just to be that negative Nancy, some of these requirements that the high schools have in order to be accepted into the esports programs are also quite curious, because some of them might state or claim that, like, are you interested in starting a career within esports? You want to maybe go professional? Come to us. And they don't really have a demand that the people who are applying have a set of experience or
this is quite a contrast to traditional sports. In Sweden, all of the sport high schools, or all of the nationally recognized sport high school, has a close relationship to the Sports Confederation and their different branches, which means that in order to qualify for a football school, you're going to have to go to tryouts and complete the tryouts, and you also have to perform at a certain level to be eligible. So an elite level for your age. And the same applies to university. You still have to go to Halmstad University, and to combine both school with sports, you have to be, I can't really remember, but I think it's like the 2 top highest divisions in your sport or something like that. But in esport, as Anders just stated or alluded to, they don't really have those requirements. So for example, in League of Legends terms, you can have someone that is in Wood 4 be in the same class as someone who is Diamond 1, or you can be you can go to class with someone Iron. No, but they have Wood.
No. Iron is the life.
Okay.
How do you know this?
Trust me, I just know. Don't ask me how I know it.
And you could have someone who in Pong can't even beat the computer go with Raul. So that's not good. Any questions maybe?
I don't think we have any.
But again, it's so cool that these possibilities are starting to just present themselves, because they will flourish and become something really great in the future, I'm sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So we're going to talk a bit more about the opportunities of studying.
No, we just talked about that.
We are going to talk about our opportunities. Why? So we began this journey in order to help improve the conditions of gamers. And why is that? Because we are Pong champs and we are Wood players from League of Legends. So we are gamers, and we have experienced many of the challenges that the people who we help today face. So what are the common issues that gamers may come across?
So one is the obvious one, the sedentary lifestyle, sitting down for like all day for several days in a row. And it's kind of a hidden enemy, because you don't really see the negative effects until it's too late. Because like we've all heard that it's not good to just sit down, but like we why like I feel good, I feel fine, right? But the thing is that some of these negative effects are diabetes, cancer, obesity, cardiovascular diseays, and injuries. And and Andres, you have a fun fact about this.
Putting him on the spot.
Yes.
Fun fact. I needed to get surgery for a slip disc at the ripe age of 20. So early career termination for me. What could you have done to help me?
Well, I guess I can take this one.
As you've already started, please feel free.
One of the obvious ones, which we also hear a lot about today, which isn't like the most sexy solution, but it's physical activity, and it's not very attractive because it requires a lot of effort. It requires a lot of time, or it feels like it requires too much time away from the computer, from doing what you love, from practicing. Perhaps you have to practice a lot, and then you feel like, no, I don't really have time to train physically. But there are amazing abilities. I'm sorry, there are amazing benefits from this, such as cognitive abilities or enhanced cognitive ability, information processing. There's better sleep quality to be gained, an increase in positive mood, and a lot more. And all of these things actually enhance performance, and so in a positive way. So it's but you don't just have to do physical activity. You don't need to go run a marathon every day.
Exactly.
Just getting up and move, taking breaks away from the computer, and taking a walk. Small walks can help, right, Bjorn?
But what are some of the recommendations, Raul?
Well, for physical activity, it's World Health Organization recommends 150 minutes a week of it's moderate physical activity. And this doesn't mean that you have to do it all in one day or all in 3 days. You can disperse it all in 1 week if you want. But the recommendations is 150 minutes. And you can actually half that. So you can go for 75 minutes if you do intensity training.
High intensity.
High intensity training. And then you can, what's nice about this is it doesn't say that you have to do a specific type of training. You don't have to go out and run. Like, you could do swimming, you could do a lot of different things like sports, and develop skills in sports and martial arts, perhaps. Taekwondo is a nice martial arts over here. But yeah.
And even though it doesn't seem like a sexy solution, it can make you more sexy. So that's also a benefit.
But you had something about let's say benefits from taking small breaks, right, Bjorn?
Yeah, or maybe I don't, but DeFrancisco Donahue has. If you're in the audience, hello, or your colleague. What?
I think Seth also.
Yeah, Seth. So DeFrancisco Donahue et al. Did a study where they looked at the impact of taking breaks in gaming sessions. So over 3 days, they had gamers who played, I think it was 2 hours. So they had 3 different groups. One had no breaks, one had a passive break, so just sitting down and taking a break, and one had an active break. And I think the break was around 6 minutes after 60 to 75 minutes of playing. So basically 1 or 2 games. And what they found was that the group that took the active breaks had a better, or a significantly better, executive functioning, so cognitive ability, which can lead to improved performance. And although in the study they didn't see a significant difference in performance measured by kill-death ratio between the groups, I think this can be a result of the constraints of the study. No offense to Francisco Donahue, but the study had 20 participants and they only gamed for, I think, two hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, and I think some of the negative effects of gaming too long, or prolonged sedentary lifestyle, or prolonged sitting, can occur after more than 2 hours, maybe 4 hours, 5 hours. There aren't a lot of studies on this yet, but so I think
some of the esports players or professional players play up to like 11. I think we saw 14 hours yesterday. Yeah.
So I think some of these negative effects or the benefits of taking active breaks could be more beneficial when playing 14 hours. Maybe if you took the active break every 4 hours or every 3 hours, and then there were only 2 hours, so there aren't a lot of games there, and it was only with 3 days. And I think a lot of the benefits that we could see are if this was taking place like a long intervention, where we could actually see some changes in health markers like obesity might go down, better blood pressure, better cardiovascular ability, and
insulin uptake.
Yeah, exactly. And what we could see from that could be the benefits that Raul talked about: improved sleep, improved focus, better mood, etc., etc. And I think all of these could have a compounding effect. So even though we couldn't see a significant difference in performance in free gaming sessions, I think in 3 months, maybe 4 months, we could see huge improvements. And this is something that I want to study. So
Yeah, and
research.
Just to I want to it's very good. Something I just want to highlight there again, like the type of physical activity, or rather the what you do it's not the biggest deal. Just find something that you like. You might have tried running and that didn't work out. Try other things.
Yeah, and to clarify, the active break group took a walk, so just walking around made a significant difference in executive functioning. So yeah, not a big barrier.
But yeah, so these are some of the challenges that most gamers are able to face. But what are some of the challenges more specifically towards the players that are competing at the highest level?
What you said out.
Yeah, for pro players, that's another thing. It's not really the same as playing for hobby or pong. One thing that is more relevant to pro players is the amount of psychological stress put on them.
Yeah.
I've heard several pro players talk about the fear of being replaced. Like there's a constant fear of, if you perform bad, you might get replaced with someone in the academy, the team like below you, or someone that's substituting you. And if you have a bad season, a bad split, then that fear might just grow larger and larger. And besides losing, like fear of losing your dream job, like this is maybe something you just love to do, and it's like everything you dreamed of. And besides dreaming that, you may even gain like an increased performance anxiety before games, because if you think about it, like if you fear playing bad, then you might think about, oh, I must not play bad this game, and I can't afford to lose this game or make a bad performance. And the thoughts then may lie in what ifs, and I hope this doesn't happen and stuff like that. So it's just increased performance anxiety.
Yeah, speaking of performance anxiety, what we're seeing with the research is that when someone experiences performance anxiety and aren't used to it or have problems coping with it, we can see that people play more defensively, so they don't take the shots that they know that they can do, and they play more passively. And in esports, which sometimes or usually are very fast-paced games where you have to be able to make split decisions, not taking those split decisions and being trigger shy can have huge implications for your performance.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we also know that in like a lot of professional esports players hang around social media a lot, so a lot around Twitch, because they need to well, sometimes they want to stream, and maybe to get more revenue, or just get viewers, or just because they like it. And some organizations require that you stream some amount of hours. And but the thing is that they are also closer to their fans. They're more traditional athletes, because they answer the fans' question during the streams. They talk to the fans, both in Twitch and on YouTube and on Twitter. And so what are some negative consequences of being this close to fans?
I think, as Raul said, they have a very direct link, like the fans have a very direct link to the players, which we don't see in traditional sports. I mean, soccer players or famous footballers, MMA fighters, they have a Twitter account, an Instagram account, but to get through those DMs can be very hard, and it's not really direct. But in Twitch, you could have a pro player getting several comments, and if you make donations, you usually have your comments appear on screen if the donation go over a certain or a set amount. So what this can create is a lot of fans have an easy ability of shit talking, which can create a lot of stress. I mean, after a big competition, you can get a lot of comments like you didn't perform well, you suck, and a lot of things like that. And as Raul spoke to, these are requirements and demands of players to stream for certain teams, and some do it because it's such a huge form of their revenue. A lot of streamers get a lot of money, so it's not that easy. Like after a big loss, they can just turn off the stream or don't stream for a week, since it's such a big and can be a part of their contract. So it's hard to avoid. And I think another issue with that is that when you stream during so long hours, one can become tired and more relaxed, and then I think that opens up the opportunity for a lot of shit talking. I mean, if a fan asks a question like, what do you think about this player, or could you beat this player? Maybe if it's late at night and the person has let down their guard, they might give a kind of a cheeky answer like, yeah, I would beat him blindfolded, or he's a trash player, etc., etc. And then someone can go on to the other player's stream and say, oh, this player just called you trash and said it would beat you easily.
To that, instigate more.
Yeah, and that
fights.
could like become the beginning of a big beef, and yeah, like a big fight between them, and it wasn't anything serious at the beginning. And even though this might not seem as negative, I think from an outside perspective, like someone who comes from maybe volleyball or football, people just having beefs with each other and calling each other trash, etc., kind of brings down the professionalism in the sport. It seems very childish, and it gives a bad image for sponsors, for parents who want to, or who are going to decide if their children can pursue these sports or not. And there is also the tricky issue with creating money. I mean, these beefs can draw a lot of attention and get more viewers on the stream. So there's an interest in creating beefs and being kind of,
creating drama and stuff like that. Yeah,
exactly.
It attracts, right? But the other part of being so close to the fans is also that they get, as you said, it might be easier to slide into their DMs and give like hateful comments, both to them and perhaps their partners.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they maybe lost the game, or maybe they had a bad performance, and the people and the fans may be toxic and flame them, or
there's significant others. I think you had some examples with the significant others, and
there has been occasions now this that on Twitter people go after significant others. I'm not gonna name anything like any specific players obviously, but we've
seen examples.
Yeah, there have been examples, and that's so it's not just them, it's their close ones that get affected as well.
Yeah,
and the thing is that so that might create more pressure, right? A lot of pro players have talked about this, that this is such a intense or stress, high stressor, that it makes them can sometimes go into depression for this, and not wanting to compete anymore. And in some occasions, pro players have even talked about when they perform well, how that can impact their stress levels. And some players may perceive that they have a higher expectations on them when they perform well. So if a player perhaps goes wins like an entire season, let's say in League of Legends, you might have like, I don't know, it's like 16 games or something like that in some splits. And if you win like, I don't know, 13 games out of 16, that's really good. And then the fans and organization might put like a lot of expectation on these players, and this may cause the players to want to live up to those expectations, and then
that feel forced to, maybe, or pressure to.
Exactly, feel pressure to do it, so which may increase their performance anxiety as well, because they might think like, oh, now I really have to perform because I can't, because they all expect me to perform well. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation.
It can lead to a lot of maladaptive coping strategies, like trying to practice even more to become better. So practice maybe 14 hours, like we talked about on previous symposiums, and I think that can increase the chances of burnout quite significantly. So,
and also the reverse, that if you are in a slump, or if you play bad, if you play like worse than you usually do, and you get a lot of hateful comments, you might practice even more to compensate from strategy, that. So that might also lead to burnout. And
as we've seen, it's like the hours of practice aren't as important as the quality. Like you can't just go around just practicing 14 hours and not have any clear goals, or just practice or play to play. I think so. That's a big misconception that we see a lot of aspiring gamers do, that they try to practice just many hours, but they don't really care or think about the quality, and that's a recipe for burnout if I've ever seen one.
But so there are a lot of challenges with this. It's a really high stressful environment, and but there are also opportunities for this. If you, or I'm gonna let you take this one, I think you have a couple of opportunities of to manage the stress.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to go into the challenges first. Yeah, but there are a big thing that we see, which is a big misconception, is that you have to focus a lot of time on your sport. And if you're doing anything outside of the sport, like having a relationship even, or having a different job or a different hobby, that takes away from the sport and will decrease your ability to play. I think we've seen this in esport, and I've definitely seen it in a lot of other sports. But when you only focus on your game, this means that you're going to create a unidimensional identity, meaning an identity only tied in the game, which in practice means that if it goes bad in the game, it goes bad in your entire life, because you don't have anything else set up.
So I would like only be Raul, the Pong player, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. You have an identity as a Pong player and nothing else. So when it goes bad as Pong, it's your entire identity that's under threat, which is quite stressful. I think we all can imagine that. But there are ways and opportunities for this to get solved or to cope with this, and that is to have a dual career, which means having two careers. So maybe one in Pong and one in academia, or a side hustle or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think what we see with the research is that when someone has dual careers, they create a multifaceted identity. So their identity is not as vulnerable, which has very big implications. I mean, when retiring, you have another identity, so it isn't that big of a threat. But if you have a unidimensional identity and you have to retire, maybe because of a slip disc, or maybe because you're too bad to play, then it's your entire life that's gone away and you have no idea what to do next.
Exactly. It's like if I'm going to retire from Pong, if the only thing I do, like after that, like who am I really, or what can I like offer? I have nothing of value, because my entire identity is connected to that. But adding to that, if you have multiple identities, it doesn't mean that you have to put 8 hours of work into esports and then 8 hours of work every day into academia. You could split it up. Actually, a lot of schools make it possible so that you don't have to you extend your years, so you maybe study for a couple of more years, but not as intense.
Yeah, the slower pace.
It's a slower pace, and then you can have your exams at specific times. If you like, normally you have an exam at a specific time, right? But if you perhaps are an esport athlete, you could have tournaments or has practice during that time. You could move those exams.
Yeah, so some of Nico's students maybe should listen to this.
Yeah, exactly.
So they could move the exam from Friday to another more pleasurable day.
Yeah,
and I think what we want to avoid is the classic Greta Thunberg situation, where you drop out of school to pursue your hobbies and do what you want to do. So it's here in Sweden, like Raul talked about, we have the opportunity to go to academia and have it expanded and elongated, so you can do it at a slower pace. And I mean, even if you don't want to go into academia, which is totally fair, you could have maybe a side hobby. I don't know, it could be anything from maybe pursuing a different sport, not pursuing, but maybe having it as a hobby, going out and playing a bit of soccer, maybe music, like picking up an instrument, or maybe painting or stuff like that. Or a relationship could also be a steady point in your life. Then you're not only a gamer, you could also be maybe a husband or a boyfriend, etc., etc. So all of these things could bring to a more multifaceted identity.
Yeah, or you could be a partner, like overall, and so when
overall partner.
I mean, like you could be a girlfriend also, and wife.
Exactly.
But also when it goes back. So not only during like the career termination, but when you lose a game, it's not like the end of the world either. Right?
Yeah, because you have other things going in your life.
Yeah, even though you might pursue this, obviously with.
So are there any sports psychology strategies that you can implement in order to be able to get a better understanding of yourself and your goals and how you want to pursue?
Yeah, so hire us to learn more about that. No, but there are a lot of things that you can do. I think the first thing is to try to arrange your time so you know how much time it should be devoted. And like we talked about with the active breaks, I think if it proves to be effective for performance, that leaves a lot of time where you could do an active activity or something else to not focus on, but to do and like develop a more multifaceted identity. But I think the first step is to do a career plan. There's a tool by our professor Natalia Stambolova called the 5-step career plan, which is a thing like a great tool, sports psychology tool that we've done with a lot of our clients, which is when you basically go through the past and see what tools you gathered there and what resources and what lesson you have learned, and then look at the future, like where do you want to be when you're 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, and what can you do at this moment to start to prepare for the future? So a lot of people, I think, just focus solely on their sport, and then when they're at 30, they kind of start at zero again because they have no experience or they don't really know what to do. But if you've looked forward to maybe your 40s or 30s or life after esport, you can take small steps to start to prepare for that life. So maybe you want to become an engineer. Okay, are there some courses at least that you can take now to make it easier for later?
Yeah.
Or are there connections that you can make? Or if you just want to work at maybe a school or something like that, are there certain courses that you can take, or can you speak to the right people? And if you don't have any time to do that, can you at least look up the required steps so you know what you have to do afterwards, you know what program you have to study, you know if you can start temping at an earlier age, etc., etc. So I think every step is positive, because when you stop, you at least have some idea in your mind where you want to go next, and I think that can create a lot of balance in your life and dispel a lot of worry. I know I've worked with clients who are worried about the life after sports, and when doing this with them, they, even if it can still be a bit uncertain, they at least have an idea of what they want to do, and that is worth wonders for worry, in my experience.
Yeah, and I know that it may be like as a gamer, or you might not know like all the resources you actually gain from gaming. Especially as a professional gamer, you have a lot of resources that you might not know about, which you could use in your future career and another job, or and there's a lot of jobs that have to do with esports if you still want to be involved in the scene in some way.
And I think if you knew that you were going to be involved with scene, or knew specifically that you wanted a certain job, if you are an elite esport player and maybe want to become a journalist or a broadcaster, you have the ability to make so important connections during your time as an elite player. I mean, you could talk to the broadcasters, you could talk to the interviewers and ask, okay, what did you do to get into this, and what can I take some steps to do it, or could I start broadcasting in a way? Because I think a lot of players will realize that once they're out of the highlight, it can become very difficult to reestablish these connections, and you might find that people aren't as interested in you anymore. So once you have the ability, you should try to make these connections, or take advantage of the opportunity at least.
Definitely agree.
Excellent point, guys. Good job.
Any questions maybe, or
go
ahead.
I just want to let you guys know that to keep sending questions through Twitch, and we will bring them up. As of right now, we have about 25 minutes to go, so I think we can just jump over to our next point that we were going to talk some about, and it's a little bit about integration and the challenges, but the beautiful opportunities that comes with using gaming as a tool in order to be able to integrate and get in touch with new areas and fields. And a great collaborator of ours is
RBU. Yeah.
RBU, a great foundation that's called RBU, which is the Association for Disabled Children and Adolescents here in Holland and in Sweden.
But it is in Swedish. So,
yeah.
The acronym makes sense in Swedish.
Yeah. So once a week, we meet at our esports laboratory here at the University of Halmstad, and we help kids with different disabilities to be able to engage and explore and play with one another through gaming. And what are some of the benefits that you have encountered when it comes to this life, Johan?
Yeah, there are a lot of benefits, but first I want to say hi to Agneta and Maria and thank you for our collaboration. So what we've done is to create a platform for people with these disabilities. In traditional sports, I think a lot of us can theorize and try to understand the difficulties with being disabled and try to play traditional sports. I mean, playing football in a wheelchair can be very difficult. And even though there are teams and there are like adaptations you can make, it's going to be very hard to play on the same terms as maybe people in your class. But in esports, you aren't necessarily bound by the same constraints of your body as you are in traditional sports. In esports, just as long as you have working hands and can, working fingers, you can play pretty much on the same terms. So what we created here together with RBU Holland is a place where people with disabilities can come and play with people without disabilities. And what we found is that they are able to play on the same terms. So we've given them the people who usually have difficulties finding a greater network and something to find relatedness in, since they can't really find it in traditional sports in the same way. We've given them a place where they can make connections with friends with and without disabilities and just feel like one in the gang instead of someone special or someone that always have to adaptations to be made. So that fills up their sense of relatedness. We also give them a space where they can feel competent, as they can practice and beat people without disabilities and play on the same terms, so they can feel good at the game and feel like they can advance and become better and better and better, which also brings us to autonomy. I mean, they can feel like they aren't constrained by their bodies and they're able to do everything that everyone else is able to do. And the reason why I bring this up is because relatedness, autonomy, and competence are three of the basic psychological needs. So what this means is that once these three needs are fulfilled, you're going to find that the motivation is going to be of a higher quality and better. So basically, we've given people with disabilities the platform and the preconditions to get a very high quality motivation and to be motivated and feel like they're doing something nice and bring a bit of happiness in their life. And we got some examples of what we have.
So we have different adaptive controllers set up at our esports laboratory, where we are able to, with a bit of creativity and a bit of technology, be able to adjust and modify some of the traditional key bindings in order for the person with the disability to be able to just play. Play and explore. And again, just like you said, I think we're done.
I just want to press the buttons. I'm just waiting for a moment to press.
But it's so cool because through esports and all of this new beautiful technology, you don't even have to play in order to gain in order to be able to explore and gain so much new knowledge and feel like you're doing something else, because the people who have different disabilities might also have a bit difficult time in order to be social and meet people and expand on their network,
because they don't have the same platforms.
And as soon as they come in here, come to us at Halmstad University, then we do our best in order to find out who they are, what are their interests, and how may we be able to combine that with gaming. And then as soon as they're sitting by the computer and playing, then they look around and they see that other kids are also active and doing things within games that they don't know, and then they become super curious and they just take these steps by themselves and find new friends, and in order to just play new games with.
And I think, as Anders spoke to, it's so easy for the people who maybe cannot play with traditional controllers to adapt and make sure that they can play on the same terms as everyone else. I mean, just this thing could be the difference. Like this could be the adaptation that makes it possible for a person with a certain disability to play in the same way as everyone else. And I mean, try to think of football as we talked about. Like what adaptations would you be able or have to make in order to make someone in a wheelchair be able to play on the same terms? It would be, I don't know, it sounds sort of impossible, but here it's like, it's only this controller and it's possible. So it's very easy in esports. So a very big opportunity and very nice opportunity to integrate and bringing a certain demographic that tends to be forgotten in these places.
Yeah. And speaking more about their colleagues at RB, they made kind of like a pilot test with the esports lab here in Halmstad, and it has just been so great, and the response and feedback from the gamers and their parents has been terrific. And so they had these our coworkers have been out touring the entire country in order to be able to help engage the people with disabilities all over the nation in order to be able to create a platform for gaming, and so that one can create maybe tournaments and happy interactions.
Yeah, on a national level instead of just regionally here in Halmstad.
And more so, there's a fantastic team here in Sweden called Lil Mix Para, with 5 super cool gamers that all have Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, which I'm going to read there. It's a genetic disorder characterized by progressive muscle degeneration and weakness due to the alteration of protein. So, which means that their muscles are slowly but surely disintegrating. And this is a team that, although they have this disability, they are still able to work together and be out there and competing and inspiring other people to show them that it doesn't matter. We are gamers, and this is what we want to do.
There's
like possible.
And there's a beautiful video of them on YouTube also.
Lil Mix Para, super good. Cool. So let's see. We have like 15 more minutes.
Do we have any questions now, or has everything been clear?
Well, there was a question before about the one study. I think it was the study about
the Francisco Donahue.
Yeah, but they found it. So if there's anything else you're wondering,
it's a good read.
Yeah, it's a really nice read.
But also when it comes to the point of like integration, there's still so much that can be done. We know that there are so many women playing esports as well, and also seniors. There's, especially now during times of Corona and when it comes to the pandemic, there's so much to be done in order to be able to also come and introduce the senior citizens to gaming, so that they, even though they're not able to physically go and see their loved ones, they might still be able to join them and talk to them and communicate them and go on exploration with them through, for example, Minecraft.
Yeah, and speaking of, there's a very cool project in Sweden that's called Silver Snipers, which was a team in CSGO, which was comprised about from people over 65, I think was the limit or the threshold.
I'm not sure, but
or something like that. So they created a senior citizen CSGO team. So it shows that esports isn't only for people that are young, it's for old people as well. And I think they actually became quite good at the game. I think they're probably better than I am at CSGO, but that doesn't really say much. And I think they're holding like qualifications, so Raul and Anders might be able to qualify in a couple of years.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
do you have anything to add to that, Raul?
And if you become a pro in CSGO, you have the Pong and CSGO, so maybe then you can become a teacher as well, since you're
that's
dual
true.
esport.
Dual esports, exactly. And the requirements.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a couple of more minutes to go. So should we try and summarize what we've been speaking of?
Yeah, sounds good. Raul, do you want to start?
Yeah. So we've talked a lot about challenges, and I fear it may come off as like there are so many things that are bad within esports, and it's not really that it's like bad. It's just that esports is very new, right? So there's a lot of room for improvement, and we see a lot of people very ambitious to get the ball rolling, like to move forward with esports, and I think that's wonderful, and that's something we try to do as well. But we also see that there are a lot of challenges that we need to overcome, and but also that there are a lot of possibilities, which we try to present a couple of possibilities to face these challenges.
Yeah, and I mean, there are so many big opportunities. I mean, everything from the breaks. I know that Raul before, back in his Pong days, and even now, he used to take naps between his matches. Donahue et al. Showed that active breaks is the most beneficial.
I should have gone for that.
Yeah, instead of the naps, but maybe you can combine the two in some way. But
sleepwalk, yes.
Yeah,
that would be the next one.
There we go. Yeah, but there are so many opportunities, and I mean, we just want to create a platform where we help drive esport forward. What we've seen, and we spoke a lot about the Swedish Sports Confederation, but Sweden isn't alone not recognizing esports as a sport. And I think as esport is growing and becoming so big, I think in Sweden it's currently like the 4th biggest sport or something like that. And in viewership and money, it's probably even ranked higher. So I don't think we can wait for the Sports Confederation to accept esports as a sport. We have to help gamers now, so that they don't have to suffer through the challenges that lie ahead, and that we can help facilitate and make the process easier.
Definitely.
So
I think that it was Tobias Schultz that during the opening ceremony mentioned that of course we can use traditional sports to see what positive aspects we can bring
as a model, maybe.
But that it shouldn't be a benchmark, because we can combine different research from different areas, and we can already use the term art and science. In order to just make esports better than traditional sports. We have great opportunities, and as researchers and just people, it's good to be open and inviting, but to still keep a critical mindset. Another thing that Ismail said was to just ask yourself, identify your why. Why are you involved in esports? What do you want to do? What's your mission? And by combining these, we might be able to siphon out and not bring in too many bad apples to this foundation that is being created.
Yeah, and even though we have so many challenges, I think one of the biggest opportunities in esports that we haven't even talked about is that it isn't really bogged down by bureaucracies in that way that we see in traditional sports, or bound by severe and hard and maybe too controlling organizations. Esport really has the resources and the interest to just explode and continue forward at a much faster pace than traditional sports. I mean, the esport trajectory going from the start in maybe 1990, but really like esport at the level it is now is extremely new. So the trajectory has been like this. So if we just continue and try to cope with some of the growing pains and try to make the process easier, we can, I don't know, the sky is the limit. I think esports can become one of the biggest sports in the world. It already is, but I think it can become even bigger. I mean, in this short couple of years, it has already gone this big, and we barely have esport teams at the same rate we do in soccer. We don't have any esport teams for people that are like age 5 in every city like we do with football and hockey, and we've gone this far without that. So imagine when we start having these teams, start having high schools where you can specialize, etc., what is it going to look like then?
Beautiful. So, any final thoughts or last words? So what are you up to?
I think we got some questions, or one question.
Delicious.
There's on YouTube, so it's not on.
Okay, maybe you can read it then.
Okay, I'll read it.
I love YouTube.
There are often gaps between research and the subjects, as invaluable information does not reach its target groups. how would you like to see the results of esports research be disseminated to gamers?
By aep.gg, our website.
Perfect question there. Thank you very much. No, but this is actually something we talked about at the beginning. So if some viewers might not have been here from the beginning, AEP, or Association of Esports Psychology, is something that me, my wonderful colleagues here, and a lot of others, colleagues that are off screen right now, work with. And we aim to create a more healthy, professional and sustainable career for gamers, not just esports, not just pro players, but also people who just
aspire to be professional gamers and
aspire to be
as well.
And another thing that we do, which is tied to the question, is also we hold lectures, we hold workshops, consultations, and we do different projects to get to spread the word of how the benefits of esports, both at an individual and a societal level. And another thing is that to have these amazing conferences, like this is the first esports conference.
So big props to you, Nico, and company for making this possible.
Yeah, because this is the way we disseminate this information, the research to the gamers. So
and speaking of disseminating information, I'm going to do a maybe selfless plug, but as I alluded to earlier, I want to research active breaks and its impact on gamers, and what we can do with longer term interventions. And I know here at Halmstad University, I already got 2 professors, Urban and Lottie, and I got a research plan that Nico has helped me with. So thank you for that as well, Nico. And
it's everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So we're pretty much ready to go. So all we need to get it started is 3 million. Yeah, 3 million.
300,000.
Yeah, but it is kroner, so it's cheaper than your fault.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
So if anybody has 3 million kroner to give so we can start this project, I would be very appreciative. So thanks.
What do you need money for?
Just everyday life.
All right.
I think that was it. Do we have any more questions? No more questions here. No more questions there. But yeah, so please come in contact with us if you really want, like if you want to know anything else, or if you want to collaborate maybe on a project or anything. We've collaborated on a lot of projects this year.
And I think it's important to add that, as Andrew spoke to, our why and our how is that we're looking to be the platform for esporters and to make it grow, to create sustainability, education, etc., etc. So if one way that we found to do this, the best way to do this is by collaborating, by working with other people to try to look at their insights and to share our insights. So if you out there is interested in collaborating with us, it could be anything from proposing a project where we can collaborate, or maybe ask some questions, or maybe you're looking to be a part of the team. You can just hit us up at aep.gg or info@aep.gg, or you can just talk to me, Anders, or Raul in Discord. So we're
in the Discord channel, which has been linked here, and we're on Twitter as well. The AEP, I think it's _GG. I think we have
so if you want to further esports, just
I'm gonna read it out loud now. By the way, thanks, Ivar, that was nice. I'll send some. Okay, so we have a question here. I'd like to be an evidence-based physical therapist in order to prevent injuries in esports players, to be a bridge, I love that, between science and prevention in order to limit unnecessary stressors and injunctions on postures, and they should thus. And then it counts. Boom. Here's the question. Should I go to Sweden now?
Yeah, I don't really know how Sweden is related to the physiotherapist. I don't know which country you come from. I think the first step is probably to go to a physiotherapist school and try to get a bachelor's or maybe even a master's. And I don't know the possibilities in your country. I know in Sweden we have a lot of these universities. I think we even have it here at Halmstad University, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but there are several here in Sweden. So if you
I'm Finnish. No, French
physiotherapists already. Well, then Yeah, well, then you have just come over to Sweden.
Yeah.
No, but you have like a lot already, like so
a good background. But I think we're all looking at improving esports, like we talked about. So if you're looking to collaborate, or maybe if that's why you asked the question, just hit us up later, and we could take a
definitely. It's super
talk
cool.
about.
But again, I'm just gonna give a little bridge to this and to the Halmstad University. It's they've been so great, and here in Halmstad University, one of the things that they try to do also is something called Common Core, when they take different programs and they try to mix them in together. So even though you might be studying something which involves media or communication, engineering, then you also get to collaborate with other different programs, and in order to expand your academies, in order to expand your
thinking and reasoning.
Yes.
So work on cooperative projects. So someone with a sports psychology bachelor's, or not the bachelor's because you do it during the bachelor's, but someone studying sports psychology could work at engineering in solving. I think it's geared at solving social issues, right, Anders, like sustainability in the future, etc., etc. So to tackle these big problems from different directions, which is very cool.
Yeah. And our battery is running low, and also our time. But so what I wanted to say is that that combined with the esports lab that we have here in Halmstad University, it's quite unique, the lab that we have here, and we hope to be able to help students from different areas to be able to conduct more studies within esports. And if you come here, we will greet you, and we will keep you warm, and we will feed you. I'm talking to our French friend. But come here, you'll fall in love and you'll stay.
In a figurative way, not literally.
But okay, so we have 1 or 2 more minutes left. My final things that I want to say
there's
is that,
another question here.
Okay.
So
that one.
Oh yeah, this is the same question actually. How would you like to see the results from esports research be disseminated to gamers? You might not have heard us, but
I think just to be short, I think it's a very good question, because there is a very big gap between academia and
players.
And players, or just
stakeholders.
Players and stakeholders in general. So I think conferences like these are great, and I think it's best to work at different directions. So conferences as this is a good way. Going out to schools and holding lectures and workshops for aspiring gamers is also good. We have a lot of people running Twitter accounts, and like researchers like Ismail running Twitter accounts where he disseminates science. So I think and we got a NISP as well. So there the European Network of Young Specialists in Sports Psychology.
And NISP, it's so great.
There are a lot of ways in which science could be disseminated, and I think there are really no bad ways. I think the best way is just to get it out, and I think it's beneficial to have role models like Ismail, who is a researcher who is also a disseminator, because when researchers just keep themselves in academia and then journalists come in and try to disseminate, I think there can become a lot of misconceptions because they don't really understand the term. So having someone who has those dual roles and can do both things is one of the best things, in my opinion.
And one last mention there, if you're unsure of who to follow, if you want to get proper, let's say esports related scientific knowledge,
what's your Twitter?
Follow no, not my Twitter handle. No, but I was thinking about following the people who have talked during this conference, because there are so many specialists here and with so much knowledge, and they are active in social media and constantly linking out studies and so a lot of wonderful people.
And also
here.
you can also try to just send a message to Nico. He works nonstop and he is such a great guy.
And I've heard he doesn't like sleep as well.
No, he doesn't do that. And also the Esport Research Network podcast, Dr. Brian is doing wonders. I love those.
Yeah, he also commented. It was way earlier, but about that it's hard to be fired in Sweden.
Cool.
It's like that it's hard to be
I like that I can be fired. Yeah.
Okay, should we wrap up? Yep.
Yeah, do you have any shout outs? I just want to say, I'm gonna do a little shouty.
Linda, hi.
Linda, woo, 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 woo. Yeah, from
Swedish
Destination.
Convention
Yeah, yeah.
Bureau,
So
or
one of the
Halmstad
beautiful
Convention
things
Bureau.
that we're trying to do is to make so that the Halmstad, which is part and like southern edge of Sweden, almost ish,
Yeah.
and we're trying to create so that this will become like a Sparta, a mecca for esports, and we're getting so much help from the university at Halmstad University, but also people that are working within the region. Linda Hellring from Destination Halmstad, gold. Also our dear beautiful friends from RBU Halland, gold.
And the other members of AAP, like
Of
Dexter,
course,
yeah.
Isaac,
So
Michaela,
Yeah.
Natalia, and Hannah.
Yeah.
And
Michaela, of course.
yeah, did we mention all of them? I hope
Yeah.
I hope we did mention all
Mimi,
of our colleagues.
Yeah, and we don't really usually talk about like our clients and stuff because we have confidentiality, and that's why I brought up my younger brother, because he is a pro gamer and he's helped us so much, and I don't have anything confidential written in but my dear little brother
Wrap up.
Marcus, he has been a super great inspiration, and yeah, thank you so much, love you so much.
Yeah. Bye,
Thanks,
everybody.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Mwah.